things start very slowly and feel like a bit rushed. It's fun.
Do you feel like if you had to make a mural of something, what would it be?
Mural or something?
Yeah, let's say the Rhino Room said, "Zoo, you think you're so fucking funny? We want you to put a mural on the side of this building." What would it be?
Charlie.
All right. I figured it would just be a bunch of bombs. That's what you do there. Hey,
I mean, Charlie does have controversial.
all right. Here's my question for you. Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Can you wait 30 seconds for me, please? Can you wait 30 seconds?
Yeah.
Zoom, do you ever watch a guy on TikTok who goes to like different stores and asks the people to say funny stuff on the intercom system?
Exactly.
Right? Do they have those intercom systems in Australia?
Yeah.
All right. Here's my question to you. You may consider this to be the greatest question that anybody's ever asked you in the world. I think it might be. Do you have any plans to be on any other podcasts?
Yeah, Jared.
Oh, yeah, baby. That's what your Zoot. Zoot, if I had a podcast and I wanted to interview you, would you let me? All right. Like, do you want to be on another podcast? I can get you on another podcast. It's called the Life Podcast with Tony. It's someone from Europe. Okay. Are you ready for my next question?
Yeah.
Do you think that William Montgomery will ever come back to kill Tony? Yes or no? Okay, here's my next question. Oh, look who the fuck shows up. Look who the fuck shows up. You don't even get your normal welcome. Where in the heck have you been?
I've been eating and I'm finally at my room back.
I don't care. You said you were going to be back an hour ago.
Nothing happened.
You couldn't send me a message? You couldn't send me a message? You couldn't send me a message?
I'm not sure if you are going to read this message.
That doesn't matter. At least you could have been like, at this point, instead of getting browbeaten, you would have been like, look, I sent you a message. Apologies, it took longer than. And I would be like, oh, don't worry, Tony. Absolutely not. But instead, you were very, very you were disrespectful. That's all I'm going to say. Disrespectful.
I'm sorry if I have to come back and let's go make this up. Let's make this up.
No, I've got Zoot here now.
because you can be best podcast in the world.
I know you do. I know. I'm gonna make this the best
So
podcast. I'm gonna make this the best podcast you've ever had.
yes,
Yeah.
Zoot can wait.
You-
Zoot is not going to anywhere. Sorry, Zoot.
Hey,
Sorry, Zoot. But you ready?
why didn't you send me a message?
Because I forget.
How did you forget?
Because I was doing, I was doing for my mom things.
What were you doing for your mom?
I was going to buy something.
Okay, what were you gonna buy for your mom?
Some things.
You're just making up lies right now. You're digging yourself deeper. And what
Oh
were you
my
gonna
God. You know what? I don't care if you are. I'm just saying that what I do. So if you don't believe me, I don't care.
just tell me what you were gonna buy?
Some chocolate.
Okay, that's really nice.
Yeah.
All right, just for you, we're gonna do this. But you have to wait. You have to wait. You have to wait like 5 minutes. I've got to set my other stream, and then we'll do it. And it will be your best podcast maybe ever.
I'm sorry, Zoot. I'm so sorry, Zoot. But it is what it is. I'm sorry, bro. He
Yeah.
left.
Sue left. He's gone.
I don't know why.
Are you gonna have Zoot on your podcast? He's a stand-up comedian from Australia.
Ivan, but I don't know if he even.
He said he would think about it.
Nice.
Very nice and right. Now here's my question: when are you gonna have Reverend Andrew on your podcast?
Oh, this podcaster have 1 million views because he's so different than all of people I interviewed as podcast. So soon, I hope.
I know. Okay. The description of the podcast that we're gonna do, though,
Yes,
I want to write it for you, and you can make any changes you want, but we want to make sure it's really good for SEO for search engine. So just a moment. I have like 6 computers that I'm fixing right now for this research.
I'm not going to be mad. It's okay.
Yeah, you have no right to be mad. I'm the one waiting 2 hours. Now, here's my question for you. Let me just tell you how I envision this, and then you tell me if you like it or you don't. So you had said something that was really interesting, which was like you would show your screen for like pictures and stuff. So what if we did? You say, "Hi everyone, I'm Tony." You do the same entrance for all of your videos. Hi guys, what's up? Which is cool. It's kind of your trademark at this point. But you say, "Hi everyone, it's Tony. I'm back again with a very interesting series of topics that I'm going to have." We have our friend here, Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild, in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi, is a futurist. And I'm going to let him talk about some of the discoveries that he has made while spending his life live streaming 24/7 on the internet. Rabbi, go ahead. And I'll say thank you, Tony. So, Tony, you know that I spent a lot of time, obviously, on the internet, and I discovered this website a few years ago, and I find it to be fascinating. It talks about futurism, but I don't ever hear anybody talk about this website And so I consider it a privilege to be able to use your platform, be able to review some of the information. It is in relation to a future timeline at futuretimeline.net for anyone who wants to follow along with us. And what Tony and I are going to do is we're going to have discussions on the different topics that we, we review as I read them. And while I read them, Tony is going to look up and show pictures on his screen. We hope you enjoy. How does it sound? Okay. And
I never share my skin on podcast. So we will see what I'm going to do.
okay.
I don't know if I can even share it. Yes, yeah. I can share them. I can.
All right.
I
You,
can.
you know how to do it? Okay.
And to make it.
Hold on. There's another thing. There's another thing that I would like to do. I think it still exists on Wikipedia. We'll get it checked in a moment. And I will let you know if it exists. And it might be the greatest thing that you've ever heard. Might be the best thing that you've ever heard. Okay, I have two more computers that I have to do. Yeah, I know. I know. All right, Wikipedia. And now this podcast is not going to be live, right? So we can edit it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not live.
You know,
This is
you know, I like live podcasting to some extent, but I don't like taking. I shouldn't say. They're okay. I just it complicates things. You know, like over the course of an hour, you might get a disconnect, or I might get a disconnect, and if you're live, it's not good.
and I think this is going to be the best podcast in the whole world
I think it could be.
because like you can do something what nobody done it. You can do something very big. Very,
I agree. Okay. Um, now I think you like this, but I think it's a good idea if we're going to do this that we don't go straight into future timeline government. I think we should go to Wikipedia. You may say, "What, Rabbi? I really like that website," and I know I do too. But um, so long as we're doing like future predictions, um, I want you to. I'm just going to give you an example. I want you to the website, okay? Wikipedia.org.
I am brushing my teeth.
Oh, you're brushing my teeth. Well, you're gonna smell beautiful. Okay, well then just a moment. I'll be right back.
I'm brushing my teeth.
Can you hear me? And if you're wondering, Rabbi, this is a really good idea. What did you think of it? Because you'll see, the way that I'm going to do this, I think it's a really good idea. And if you want to know how I thought of it, it came to me in a dream. And I would do a podcast with somebody like this. And it would be studied like millions of years into the future because it's like a timeline into the future. Isn't that cool? Okay,
So like, how do you, you seems to be very excited.
I am because I I've been wanting to do this for
Very
a long time. Yeah, but are you at your computer? Okay. Can you go to a website?
yes.
Can you go to wikipedia.org?
That
O-R-G? Yeah, you go to Wikipedia. Just I am there. Okay. Now type into the search. You're just going to give an example. Type in 2032.
way I need to change my language, which is check this other word. English, yeah. Okay, so again,
2030.
uh, 2, 0,
30.
3, 0.
Yeah. And
Got
then,
it, got it here.
yeah. And then click on that. And so what I'd like to do is read with each year what the Wikipedia says is going to happen and then what future timeline that says. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And after each year, I can say to you, as I do this, you're going to be showing pictures of whatever you want. I mean, do whatever you want. But I'll say, you know, isn't that interesting or whatever? If you have any questions, and you can say, yeah, Rabbi, it says that the 2030 World Cup is going to be played in both Spain and South America. Spain, Portugal, and South America. Do you know how many teams are going to be playing? And I think it's going to be 64. But we'll look it up. Like basically, we can look up any questions that we have, or you can say, before we move on, I did want to say that I think it's really interesting that they say that the World Cup's going to be played in multiple countries. Whatever you raise any questions that you have, but if not, I'm going to say, okay, if you don't have anything more, we're going to continue. But you realize this isn't going to be your normal kind of podcast. Obviously, it's going to, I unless you want to read, which you can, but
No, I know.
yeah, I was going to say, like, I don't want it to be like, I don't want you to feel like, well, wow, I've got Rabbi and all he's doing is reading Wikipedia and this website. But, a lot of the things that we're going to be saying, I don't want to have to, you want to look, we want this to look as intelligent as possible and go with the native speaker. Okay. Yeah, and you're going to be looking, and you're going to be looking up pictures and whatever else, right? Okay, so what I'm going to say is, I appreciate Tony having me on today. I really think that this podcast may be very important to people in the future for predictions because if the internet continues, people will want to know what the people of today's age thought about where the world was going and what our predictions would be of the future. We're going to review a lot of timeline events from multiple timelines, specifically Wikipedia and futuretimeline.net. And if anybody has any questions about where we get this information, those are probably the resources. And it will be interesting for generations in the future to study these videos to understand if we were right, where we were wrong, and does that make sense?
Okay, it makes sense. But I have only one
What is your question?
like my question is because like when I see your interview with this guy, the guy you best interview, like it was good. But like the only thing was I don't know like I was not like I cannot see your name.
Oh,
So like that's gonna be disturbing because people are going to say you are bad and it's like you can do this like I can see you. I know you have a beer. You know, try eat it because too much.
okay. I'm gonna wear what I'm comfortable. I have a beard, and it doesn't look like I have a neck. I don't care if people say I'm a fat fuck. So what? I'm a fat fuck who knows a lot about the future. We'll see how it looks. Like basically, my shirts are black, and I don't want to necessarily.
I just want to say
I appreciate it, and you should know that I recognize. You know, I am, but I have to. How do I want to say it? If I wear if I wear a white shirt, my beard is still going to cover me up.
it's a really good idea because I'm very friends. I'm not I'm not so are you ready for today? Okay. What do you have for the
Might have my face. this week after it makes sense. We're talking about the future.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. I cannot argue with that. That's good.
You have my email address?
I can send you that on Discord.
Um, okay.
I can send it on the Discord because like yeah, I think I have, but I give so much like
Tony, are you there?
yes, I am.
Can you send the Can you send the
So
Can you send the link?
link, okay, okay, okay. I can send you a link.
Tony, also before we start, I want to talk about time, how we define a year, the different kind of clocks.
Yeah, of course, of course, of course. So send the link. Okay. And bro, when I'm going to be famous, I will going to do one thing, and that is I will going to have episode with it's called Boss, and because I don't know why like I don't have my Discord, so this is push.
Actually, when are you sending me this? When are you going to send this to me?
Why no,
Yes, sir.
I
Okay. Now, I am going to mute the
yeah,
in
yeah,
here,
Steam, yeah, yeah,
and then we'll
yeah,
just talk in Riverside. Okay? Do we have a time limit?
yeah, okay. No,
Okay. And we
no.
will say our goal today is to get through 2100. Okay?
What do you mean?
Through the year 2100.
Okay,
Let's
okay,
we'll
yeah.
see. We'll see how it goes. All right. Here we go. fuck. Hello, Tony. Can you hear me? Okay. Excellent. Oh, your lips look terrible. Your lips. I wouldn't watch your podcast because of your lips. They're just awful. I'm kidding with you. You're too you're too focused on the wrong thing. Okay. Yeah, it's great. And we will start in 2027 if that's okay with you. Are you nervous? Okay, so of any podcast that we've ever done, this one should be the least nerve wracking. It shouldn't be nerve wracking at all because we know each other, we're friends, and it's not live. You're gonna do you're gonna do just fine. Yeah. Um, if you want, let's see here. Like if you want to show pictures, which you said you do, right? Okay, then there's a way that you can show pictures. Can you go to futuretimeline.net? Okay, and go to 21st century. Okay. Are you sharing your screen? Perfect. Okay. Go to that's fine. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Now there's like a secret part of this website. So click on one of the years, like 2020 is fine. And in the upper top, all the way at the top, no, not here. You see, it says, it should say something like futuretimeline.net /21st century / 2020 here. And I send them, I think I can send them. So yeah, just go to this website that I send you, and it and yeah, I put it in the chat, and then at the very bottom, you're gonna see it has lots of pictures that I think would be good for the audio. Yeah, so keep scrolling down. So while I'm doing this, you do that, okay? And we'll just see how. I don't know. We might get to 2050 and be like, "Oh, it's been an hour. Let's stop." But we'll see how it goes. Okay? Are you nervous? Are you nervous? I'm none of those things. I'm your friend. We talk all the time on my Discord. This You're going to be totally fine. One thing that I will do at the beginning, I want to show people my YouTube, so where they can find me. So I'll show this screen just for a moment, and then we'll move into it. Okay? Sounds good. I am, God willing. Stop, 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 stop. I was talking over you, so we need to start. Uh, I have a question. I have a question. Uh, with Riverside, I have to wait at the end to let it publish, right? Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, Tony. Yes, absolutely. First and foremost, make sure you're watching this to subscribe to Tony's channel and like and comment if you find this interesting. Our topic today is on futurism. Firstly, many people don't know what futurism even means.
Futurism, as defined, is considered to be a idea that combines economics, technology, and human behavior to study long-term change. Many times, the people who study futurism are known as futurists. A futurist is a person who studies current trends to figure out what might happen next in the world. Futurism is something that could be trend watching, problem solving, but what we are not are psychics. And in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi and Kabbalist, I am a futurist. Moreover, I am someone who is archiving time as we know it. And for anyone who knows anything about me, you may already know this, but for those who don't, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year on YouTube live and have been for nearly 5 years. For anyone who wants to view my streams, you just need to go to YouTube and type in Rabbi Rothschild and make sure that you're filtering by live. When you do, you will find more live streams of mine than you would ever know could even exist for a single individual. I have many, many live streams from different angles. I have ceiling cameras, you name it. And so, as life is going for the last 5 years, I have been archiving it. Now, we use the term quite often, the word time, but we don't really think about it. According to Oxford University Press and their research on the English language, time is the most frequently used noun in English. Overall, grammar words like the, to, and are used more often, but time beats out all other naming words, meaning nouns. And we reference time, we don't really think about it. What does it mean? How do we define it? Time is the continuous progression of existence that occurs in an apparently irreversible succession from the past through the present and into the future. Time dictates all forms of action, age, and causality, being a component quantity of various measurements used to sequence events, to compare the duration of events or the intervals between them, and to quantify rates of change of quantities in material reality or in conscious experience. We reference time in science fiction, things like time travel, time machines, and certainly use it in our regular conversation. Are you on time? What time is it? And there are different ways that people keep time. In the past, certainly, ways that civilizations kept time were things like perhaps with a sundial, which uses the position of and movement of the sun's shadow to indicate the time of day, or a water clock, also known as a clepsydra, which measures time by the steady flow of water into or out of a container. Of course, there's an hourglass, which measures a fixed interval by allowing sand to fall through a narrow opening. There are candle clocks that use the predictable burning rate of a marked candle to measure lapse time. Incense clocks, which use slowly burning incense, often with calibrated markings to measure periods of time. Oil lamp clocks, which use gradual consumption of oil to estimate the passage of time. Astronomical clocks, which uses mechanisms, mechanical mechanisms to represent astronomical cycles, sometimes including the sun, moon, planets, and stars. Mechanical clocks, which many of us have in our homes, that use gears, weights, springs, and escapement mechanism to maintain regular intervals. Pendulum clocks uses the regular swing of a pendulum as a timekeeping reference. Spring-driven clocks store energy and runs spring and releases it through the regulating mechanism, which are common in watches. Other types, we just have wristwatches, which is a wearable clock designed to be worn in the wrist, or pocket watches, a portable mechanical timepiece designed to be carried in the pocket. And after moving in the modern age, of course, the digital clock becomes much more common, which displays time electronically using numbers rather than traditional clock hands. There's the electric clock, uses electrical power to operate a timing mechanism or maintain oscillations. And we get into more specific, more accurate clocks, like a GPS clock, which determines extremely precise time using signals from GPS satellites, or an atomic clock, which uses extremely stable atomic transitions as the fundamental reference for measuring time. There are cesium clocks, rubidium clocks, hydrogen maser clocks, optical atomic clocks, astronomical timekeeping, which determines time from Earth's rotation and observations of celestial objects. Of course, we have biological clocks, which use biological rhythms within our natural state, such as circadian clocks and circadian cycles to regulate an organism's perception and synchronization of time. And of course, we have network time or internet clocks, which synchronizes computers and digital systems using network-based time protocols and highly accurate reference clocks. Moreover, there are some advanced, very advanced clocks that I'd like to reference before we start. And for those who aren't familiar with these are increasingly advanced clocks that are really important, maybe not so much while we're trying to figure out what time our favorite television show may come on, but in terms of traveling great distances into the future. And Tony and I are going to be talking about a lot of futuristic opportunities that mankind may experience over the course of the upcoming years, decades, centuries, millennia, and really far into this series. So there are things like cesium-133 atomic clock, the traditional primary standard defining the SI second. Rubidium atomic clocks, compact atomic frequency standard, generally less accurate than the best optical clocks. We talked a little bit earlier about hydrogen lasers, which are extremely stable microwave frequency references. There are many elemental-based clocks, which certainly can be very accurate. To give people an understanding of a technological level, mechanical clocks are really some of the least accurate clocks, even though we rely on them. But then moving towards quartz and cesium atomic, then hydrogen maser, then optical atomic clocks, optical lattice clocks, single ion optical, quantum entangled optical, nuclear clocks, thorium-229 nuclear clocks, and then future quantum nuclear clocks. To give people an idea, we get really ultra precise with some of these clocks, even into the hypothetical or theoretical concept of what time could be. So the next time that somebody says, "Are you on time?" Is anybody really on time? Does anyone really know what time it is? When we get into things like pulsar clocks that uses the pulsars of rotating neutron stars, or binary pulsar clocks, even getting into Earth rotation clocks, which derives time from Earth's actual rotation relative to distant celestial objects, orbital clocks, planetary ephemeris clocks, which uses precisely modeled planetary motion as a long-term astronomical reference of cosmic time, or cosmological clocks, a theoretical concept which large-scale cosmic evolution provides a universal temporal reference. We can get really, really accurate. And many people may ask, well, why would you have to be so accurate? Well, if you are attempting to travel great distances, it's of extreme importance that you have accuracy in terms of the clocks that you're using. So with that little bit of background on time and clocks and timekeeping and such, Tony and I have a very interesting project, and this may be a series that we may be doing on the future. And it was a discussion that he and I had to perhaps in 2026 give what humanity thinks the future will look like in the coming years, coming decades, and further into the future. And we know not everything that we discuss is going to be accurate. In fact, much of it may be inaccurate in some ways, but we should know that at least in the current age, this is what people will think in the future. And people may watch this series years from now, or decades from now, or centuries from now, or perhaps even millennia from now, and think, wow, this is what people thought all the way back in 2026, where we were in the world. For anyone's reference, if you'd like to follow along, Tony is going to be showing on his screen some of the resources that we're using, and we are going to focus on two in particular. One is Wikipedia, And the other is a very interesting website known as futuretimeline.net. I found this website years ago, and I find it fascinating as a predictor of potential events that may happen in the future. So, with that, I'm going to ask Tony, are you ready to start on the Wikipedia page for 2027? Excellent. Very well. Well, starting in 2027, and we should say that it is today, August 8th, and thus these events are potentially going to be in the maybe 4 months or so from now. We should have January 15th to 25th. The 2027 Winter World University Games are scheduled to be held in China. From January 20th to February 7th, the 2027 African Games will be held in Cairo. January 30th, 2027, the 2027 German presidential elections is scheduled to be held. March 7th, if not triggered earlier, the next Estonian parliamentary election will occur no later than the date. March 19th to September 26th, the 2027 World Horticultural Expo is scheduled to be held in Yokohama, Japan. April 18th, the 2027 Finnish parliamentary election is scheduled to be held, as well as the 2027 French presidential election. In May of 2027, we will have the 2027 Eurovision Song Contest that is scheduled to be held in Bulgaria. On May 1st, if not triggered earlier, the next Serbian presidential election will occur no later than this week. May 15th to August 15th, 2027 is scheduled to be held in Belgrade, Serbia. June 6th, the 2027 Mexican legislative election is scheduled to be held. June 16th to 27th, Istanbul, Turkey will host the 2027 European Games. June 19th through July 17th, the 2027 African Cup of Nations is scheduled to be hosted in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. June 24th through 25th, the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup is scheduled to be held in Brazil. June 25th through July 4th, the 2027 Military World Games will be held in Charlotte, North Carolina, in the United States. July 16th through August 1st, Lima, Peru will host the 2027 Pan American Games. And from July 24th through August 8th, the 2027 Pacific Games is scheduled to be held in Tahiti. July 25th, if not triggered earlier, the next Greek parliamentary election will occur no later than this date. August 1st through 12th, the 2027 Summer World University Games will be held in South Korea. August 10th, the 2027 Kenyan general election is scheduled to take place. August 22nd, if not triggered earlier, the next Spanish general election will occur no later than this date. August 27th through September 12th, the 2027 FIBA Basketball World Cup is scheduled to be held in Qatar. September 1st, Pope Leo is expected to celebrate his Golden Jubilee of religious life and be honored. September 28th, if not triggered earlier, the next Slovak parliamentary election will be held no later than this date. October 1st through November 15th, the 2027 Rugby World Cup will take place in Australia. October 16th through 24th, the 2027 Special Olympics World Summer Games will be held in Santiago, Chile. October 24th, the 2027 Argentine general election is scheduled to be held. October 27th through November 4th, the 2027 Commonwealth Games will be held in Malta. November 11th, if not triggered earlier, the next Polish parliamentary election will occur no later than this date, December 22nd. If not triggered earlier, the next Italian general election will occur no later than this date, and December 31st, if not triggered earlier, the next Serbian parliamentary election will occur no later than this date. Now, there are some events that do not have a set date as of right now. In late 2027, Artemis 3, the second crewed mission of the Artemis program, is scheduled to launch. We have World Youth Day 2027 being held in South Korea. The 2027 Cricket World Cup will take place in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. The first Olympic esports games will be held in Riyadh in 2027. That to me is very cool. WrestleMania 43, the first WrestleMania held outside North America, will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in 2027. The 2027 Arab Games will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and the 2027 presidential election in the presidential election in the Middle East is scheduled to be held. With that, we're going to move on to our history website, futuretimeline.net, and I'm going to ask my colleague, Tony, are you ready for futuretimeline.net? Excellent. All right. In 2027, the EU will end all energy imports from Russia, or this is what is predicted. And I want to again say, we don't know any of this for sure. In February 2022, Russia began a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This led to international condemnations and sanctions, millions of displaced Ukrainians, and the largest armed conflict in Europe since World War II. The US and United Kingdom announced a ban on Russian oil, while the EU announced a two-thirds reduction in its demand for Russian gas. Oil companies Shell, BP, and ExxonMobil suspended all operations in the country. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, previously in favor of the newly completed Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline between Russia and Turkey, suspended certification of the project indefinitely. Amid soaring energy prices, Russia's continued aggression against its neighbor and longer-term concerns over climate change impacts, the EU proposed to go even further than its earlier announcement. The bloc's leaders began drafting a plan to end their reliance on all Russian energy sources by 2027. Finalized in May, the REP Power EU project would completely phase out Russian gas, oil, and coal imports while accelerating green transition. Until this point, Russian fossil fuels had been used as an economic and political weapon, costing the EU nearly $100 billion euros per year. The bloc depended on Russia for about 40% of its gas, 27% of its oil, and 36% of its coal imports. The Power EU plan included measures to boost energy savings, diversify energy supplies, and accelerate the rollout of renewable energy, all of which could strengthen economic growth, security, and climate action for Europe and its partners. The energy saving aspect included raising the energy efficiency target for the European Green Deal, a set of policy initiatives by the European Commission approved in 2020 from 9% to 13%. Fiscal measures included reduced VAT rates on energy efficient heating systems, building insulation, and appliances. The energy diversification aspect would ensure the EU worked with reliable and trusted international partners to minimize supply disruptions. In addition to new gas pipeline deliveries and LNG imports, this included major developments with hydrogen continuing beyond 2027. Finally, and most notably, the REP Power EU project called for a massive scale-up in renewables. It proposed a doubling of solar capacity by 2025 and a further 600 gigawatt by 2030, a legal obligation to install solar panels on all new buildings, a doubling of the rate of deployment of heat pumps, and measures to boost both geothermal and solar thermal, shortened and simplified approvals for major renewable projects, and a target of 10 million tons of domestic hydrogen production for use in hard to decarbonize industries and transport sectors. By 2027, the EU invested 210 million euros, 225 billion dollars in upgrading its energy infrastructure, allowing it to completely end any dependence on Russia for imports of oil, gas, and coal. Additionally, in 2027, light-duty hydrogen fuel cell vehicles reach 1 million in annual sales. The first vehicles powered by hydrogen-fused fuel cells emerged during the Cold War space race. These were bulky, inefficient, and expensive, expensive. However, it was not until the dawn of the 21st century that car manufacturers began to take the concept more seriously. In 2003, President George Bush proposed the Hydrogen Fuel Initiative, HFI, which was later implemented by legislation through the 2005 Energy Policy Act and the 2006 Advanced Energy Initiative. This aimed to further develop hydrogen fuel cells and infrastructure with the goal of producing commercial fuel vehicles. By 2008, over $1 billion had been contributed to the project. However, the U.S. Department of Energy later shifted its interest from fuel cells to battery vehicles. High costs and the lack of infrastructure were major problems, compounded by the culture of deploying fuel stations over such a large geographical area. This led U.S. automakers to delay their hydrogen vehicle rollouts. The situation was different in Europe, however, with less geography to cover, and where governments had serious plans to develop the required infrastructure. Japan and South Korea, too, had similar initiatives getting underway. In addition to expanded infrastructure, future advances in technology reduced the size, weight, and cost of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. By 2027, global sales of these non-polluting vehicles have reached 1 million annually for the first time. Although still only a tiny population, it is still only a tiny proportion of total overall vehicle sales, the industry is now entering a period of explosive growth. Also in 2027, Tokyo and Nagoya are connected by high-speed maglev. Two of Japan's largest cities, Tokyo and Nagoya, are now connected by the Chuo Shinkansen, a high-speed maglev. This 178-mile, 286-kilometer line runs beneath the Japanese Alps, the Ekaishi Mountains, at speeds of up to 313 miles per hour, or 505 kilometers per hour, enabling journey times of just 40 minutes. Built by the Central Japan Railway Company at a cost of 9 trillion yen, or $115 billion, the route will be extended to Osaka by 2045. The launch of the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. Go ahead. No, I have Windows 10. That's okay. The next event will be the launch of the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. In 2027, NASA launches a new space telescope, Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, formerly known as the Wide Field Infrared Survey Telescope, WFIRST. It is named after the first female executive at NASA, who served as the agency's chief of astronomy throughout the 1960s and 1970s and played a key role in planning for the Hubble Space Telescope. Known as Roman, or the Roman Space Telescope, its five-year mission aims to address cutting-edge questions in two main areas: the universe and exoplanet research. By measuring the precise distances and shapes of millions of galaxies, it provides insights into dark energy, a mysterious force that is accelerating the expansion of the universe. It probes the chronology of the universe, the growth of cosmic structure, the consistency of general relativity, and the curvature of spaceflight. In addition, it finds thousands of new exoplanets using the microlensing technique, which includes planets with masses as small as Mars, as well as free-floating or rogue planets. This complements the discoveries made by other telescopes like Kepler, TESS, and the next generation of planets, providing a better picture of the population of exoplanets in our galaxy. It also sets new records for the farthest known exoplanet, offering a Roman also featured 1,500 times the surveillance speed of that earlier telescope. Its second instrument is the coronagraphic instrument, CGI, a high-contrast coronagraph designed to achieve a part per billion suppression of incoming starlight, enabling the detection and imaging of planets with a visual separation of as little as 0.15 arcseconds from their host stars. In addition to its two primary missions, Roman performed stellar seismology studies on 1 million giant stars. This involves analyzing brightness changes caused by sound waves echoing through a star's gaseous interior to learn about its structure, age, and other properties. It also identifies over 1,000 neutron stars, hundreds of stellar mass black holes, and thousands of Kuiper belt objects, including something as small as 9.7 kilometers or 6 miles across, about 1% of Earth's diameter. The combination of its gigantic field of view and ultra-precise coronagraph makes the Roman Space Telescope a unique and powerful tool for astrophysics, contributing to many exciting discoveries in the late 2020s and early 2030s. The next topic is the asteroid 1999 AN10 makes a close approach. 1999 AN10 is an asteroid of the Apollo group, a collection of Earth-crossing bodies, many of which are large enough and can drift close enough to Earth to be considered potentially hazardous. It was discovered by U.S. scientists on the 13th of January 1999. The object was estimated to have a diameter of up to 1,800 meters, or 5,905 feet, or about a mile, enough to cause continent-scale devastation should an impact occur on Earth. AN10 circles the Sun every 643 days, and twice each year passes the Earth's local neighborhood. On the 7th of August 2027, it makes a particularly close approach as it comes within just 0.0026 astronomical units, or 390,000 kilometers, or 240,000 miles, about the same distance as the about the same as the distance between the Earth and Moon. The asteroid reaches a peak apparent magnitude of 7.3, bright enough to be visible with binoculars. Its orbit remains dangerously close for the next 100 years. Better be on the lookout for that. The Square Kilometer Array begins science operation is our next topic. Humanity's view of the universe is greatly expanded with the completion of a major new observatory, the Square Kilometer Array (SKA) is a radio telescope with a combined collecting area of approximately 1 kilometer. It operates over a wide range of frequencies, and its size makes it 50 times more sensitive than any other comparable instrument. By utilizing advanced processing technology, it can survey the sky more than 10,000 times faster than ever before. With additional stations extending to a distance of 3,000 kilometers from a concentrated central core, it continues radio astronomy's tradition of providing the highest resolution images in all of astronomy. First light is achieved in 2027, and the telescope is fully operational by 2030. Direct flights from Sydney to London and New York. In 2027, Australia's national airline, Qantas, begins Project Sunrise flights, the new service described as the final frontier of long-haul travel. Enables direct non-stop flights from Sydney to New York and to London and New York, connecting Eastern Australia to major global cities without the need for intermediate stoppages. The Sydney-London journey takes about 20 hours, making it the world's longest regularly scheduled commercial passenger flight. Despite the extreme distance, the non-stop service cuts total travel time by up to 4 hours compared with previous routings that required at least one layover, while also reducing the physical and psychological burden of multiple takeoffs, landings, and airport transfers. Qantas had already taken a major step toward ultra-long-haul travel in March 2018 when it launched non-stop flights from Perth to London. That route ended the long-standing gap between Europe and Oceania, marking the first time all inhabited continents, excluding Antarctica, were connected by direct commercial flights. Project Sunrise extends the achievement to Australia's east coast, representing one of the final milestones in a century-long expansion of air travel. The scale of this progress becomes especially striking when viewed historically. Qantas carried its first passenger in 1922 aboard an Avro 504 biplane on a short domestic flight within Queensland. By 1935, journeys between Sydney and London took about 12 days and involved more than 30 stopovers across Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. Advances in aircraft performance, navigation, and global infrastructure steadily reduced travel times over subsequent decades, culminating in direct intercontinental routes spanning nearly half the planet. Project Sunrise relies on a dedicated fleet of specially configured Airbus A350-1000 aircraft designed specifically for ultra-long-haul operations. Qantas receives its first aircraft in late 2026 following delays linked to aircraft certification, supply chain disruptions, and the complexity of modifying fuel systems and cabin layouts for journeys lasting more than 20 hours. These factors push the start of commercial services from the original 2025 target into 2027. Each Project Sunrise aircraft features an unusually low seat count of 238, prioritizing passenger comfort over capacity. Cabin interiors reflect extensive medical and scientific research into long-duration flight, incorporating improved lighting, increased seat pitch, quieter cabins, and a dedicated well-being zone that encourages movement and stretching during flight. Advanced HEPA filtration systems refresh the cabin air every 2 to 3 minutes, removing more than 99.9% of airborne particles. As part of this climate strategy, Qantas commits to offsetting the net emissions of Project Sunrise flights from day one, consistent with its longer-term target of reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2050. With services now underway, Project Sunrise marks a defining moment in the evolution of commercial aviation, shrinking global distances while pushing aircraft endurance to its practical limits. User replaceable batteries are mandated in the EU is another event that we anticipate taking place in 2027. During the 2010s, manufacturers of smartphones, tablets, laptops, and other devices increasingly made batteries non-removable. When Apple introduced new MacBooks with sealed-in batteries, it greatly improved their battery life and established a trend that other companies soon followed. The Samsung Galaxy S5, released in 2014, became one of the last flagship phones with a removable battery, after which permanently built-in non-replaceable batteries became the norm. Several motivations lay behind this change. For instance, without the need to accommodate a removable battery compartment, designs could be simpler and devices made both slimmer and lighter. Batteries could take on different physical forms and be larger, charge more quickly, and handle much greater number of charge cycles. However, this trend met resistance due to the inconvenience and number of potential issues. If sealed-in batteries failed, it would require sending the device back to the vendor or technician, causing significant delays for users. In some cases, the battery swelled over time. It might damage sensitive components of the device. If, in some cases, if the battery swelled over time, it might damage sensitive components of the device. Users criticized what they increasingly saw as a form of planned obsolescence, while environmental campaigners also noted its contribution to the growing mountains of e-waste. These and other problems led to calls for regulation to reverse this trend. In 2023, responding to these concerns, the European Union proposed a mandate for user replaceable batteries in all devices by 2027. New rules would cover the design, production, and recycling of all recycled rechargeable batteries sold within the EU. stipulating that for portable batteries used in devices such as phones, tablets, and cameras, consumers must be able to easily remove and replace them. This would require a significant design rethink by manufacturers. Additionally, the European Parliament had plans for non-rechargeable batteries, and additionally, the European Parliament had plans for non-rechargeable batteries with a phase-out to be decided on by 2030. And I would just like to take a moment and uh, compliment the EU for this policy. It does seem to make humanity better. Next, 2D barcodes are ubiquitous in retail. The first traditional barcode was invented in the 1940s by Norman Joseph Woodland and Bernard Silver, two graduate students in Philadelphia in the United States. Their original design consisted of a series of concentric circles that could be read by a scanner using ultraviolet light. In the 1960s, Woodland and Silver refined their design and developed the modern barcode, consisting of a series of lines of varying widths. They also developed a scanner that could read the barcode using visible light, and a system for assigning unique identification numbers to products. This would later become known as the UPC, the Universal Product Code. In 1972, the UK supermarket chain Sainsbury's introduced a barcode system to help manage inventory more efficiently using the UPC. In 1974, a pack of Wrigley's chewing gum became the first product to be sold with a barcode when scanned at a supermarket in Ohio, United States. Barcodes soon became an integral part of the retail industry, used to identify and track products in stores and warehouses around the world. In 1994, Toyota subsidiary Denso Ray invented the first 2D barcode, embedding data on both the horizontal and vertical axes as a way to track vehicle parts during the manufacturing process. The quick response QR code, which the company developed, saw widespread adoption in Japan, alongside many other types of 2D barcodes, also known as matrix codes. In contrast to linear, one-dimensional barcodes, this new format could represent far more data per unit area. Whereas a standard barcode typically only had 12 to 20 digits, a QR code had capacity for more than 4,000 alphanumeric or 7,000 numeric characters. More significantly, however, the number of possible combinations became astronomically higher. UPCA, the most common of 1D barcodes, had about a trillion 10 to the 12 possible combinations. The initial version of QR codes released in 1994 featured 21 by 21 modules, black and white squares, which increased to 177 by 177 with version 40 in 2015. This enabled 10 to the 9,403rd possible combinations, more than the total number of atoms in the known universe, ensuring that humanity would never run out of code. After gaining popularity in Japan, QR codes and other 2D barcode formats began spreading to countries around the world. In the 2010s, they became even more widely used due to the prevalence of smartphones with cameras and code scanning capabilities. The COVID-19 pandemic of 2020 further increased their appeal as a touchless system to display information. With 2D barcodes already widespread in manufacturing, warehousing, logistics, healthcare, and other industries, attention now focused on the retail sector to make its older barcode system fit for the 21st century. These efforts included Sunrise 2027, proposed by GS1 US, a nonprofit standards organization, along with initiatives in other countries aiming to have all shops and point of sale POS terminals set up and ready to accept 3D barcodes. By 2027, this upgrade is largely complete. The use of 2D barcodes in retail offers more data capacity, interactive capabilities, enhanced tracking and traceability, and cost effectiveness. For instance, for instance, more information can be stored about a product such as nutritional content, ingredient lists, and allergen information. This can be crucial for customers with dietary restrictions and allergies, and helps promote transparency and trust between customers and food producers. The code can be used to create interactive experiences for customers, such as providing recipes, schemes for discounts, and loyalty rewards. They also help shops and food producers gather valuable data and insights into customer preferences and behavior. Individual food products can be tracked and traced throughout the supply chain from farm to table. This helps improve food safety and quality control, and can also help reduce food waste by identifying and addressing inefficiencies in the supply chain. Information can also be provided on sustainability practices. The next event, which is quite interesting, May of 2027, is the autopsy report of Elvis Presley being made public. Elvis Presley was one of the 20th century's most iconic singers, often referred to as the king of rock and roll or simply the king. After cementing his place among the legends of American music, his final years were marked by serious health problems. These were aggravated and possibly caused by drug dependence. On the 16th of August 1977, Presley was found unresponsive on the bathroom floor of his Graceland home. Attempts to revive him failed, and death was officially pronounced at 3:30 p.m. at Baptist Memorial Hospital, Tennessee. Controversy surrounded the autopsy and its aftermath as the competence and ethics of two medical professionals were questioned. One had his license permanently revoked after charges were brought by the Tennessee Medical Board. An overdose of prescription drugs, including codeine, Demerol, morphine, and Valium, to name a few, had apparently caused Elvis's heart to beat irregularly and then stop. However, rumors of a cover-up were rife as the exact cause of death remained unclear. Vernon Presley, Elvis's father, had the complete autopsy report sealed for a period of 50 years. The controversy surrounding the autopsy, as well as the various other questionable circumstances, led theorists to proclaim that the king was still alive. After his funeral, there were numerous alleged sightings of Presley. A long-standing theory among fans was that he had faked his own death. Some fans noted apparent discrepancies in his death certificate, a curious different spelling of the middle name on his gravestone, him reportedly cutting family members out of his will shortly before he died, rumors of a wrapped dummy in the original coffin, and numerous accounts of Presley planning a diversion so he could retire in peace. The full autopsy report is finally made public on the 16th of August 2027, half a century after Presley's death. The next event that we anticipate going forward is Bougainville becomes an independent country. Bougainville, a region to the east of Papua New Guinea's mainland, was first inhabited by humans in about 27,000 before the Common Era. During the colonial period, it was occupied and administered at various times by Australians, Germans, and Japanese. It was the scene of major land and naval battles in World War II between the Allies and the Empire of Japan. After the Japanese surrendered, Australia resumed administrative control of Papua and New Guinea, including Bougainville, under a UN trusteeship. However, Papua New Guinea established its sovereignty in 1975 and became an independent Commonwealth realm, with Elizabeth II as the queen. A few factions in Bougainville had already demanded independence unilaterally declared, now naming their territory the Republic of the North Solomons, although this was not internationally recognized. Following 11 months of negotiations with Prime Minister Michael Somare, Bougainville agreed to remain part of Papua New Guinea after being granted a degree of autonomy through a provincial system of government. A civil war erupted in 1988, triggered by grievances primarily related to the social and environmental impacts of the Anguna copper and gold, which was operated by an Australian company. One of the world's largest, most profitable open-cut mines, it produced 45% of Papua New Guinea's export revenue and 12% of its GDP. But although its government was a 20% shareholder, the local population received only 1% of the profit share, which led to growing resentment. The conflict escalated into a full-scale civil war involving Bougainville Revolutionary Army rebels, Papua New Guinea Defense Forces, and various other factions. The war lasted for 10 years and was devastating, resulting in an estimated 15,000 to 20,000 deaths and displacing many more. In 2001, a peace agreement was reached, leading to the creation of an autonomous Bougainville government. This granted the region greater autonomy and paved the way for a future referendum on independence. As part of the agreement, Bougainville would be allowed to hold a non-binding vote to gauge public sentiment on independence versus greater autonomy within Papua New Guinea. On 23rd November 2019, Bougainville finally held its referendum, in which an overwhelming 98.3% voted in favor of full independence as opposed to merely greater autonomy. This result set the stage for ongoing consultations between Bougainville and the government of Papua New Guinea about its future status. Negotiations formally began on 17th of May 2021, while the president of Bougainville, Ismail Karama, stated a desire to see Bougainville become independent by June of 2025. Papua New Guinea's Prime Minister James Marape cautioned against setting a specific timetable. On 7th of July 2021, it was announced that Bougainville would become independent by the year 2027, pending ratification from Papua New Guinea's parliament. Today, in 2027, the world is welcoming its newest country, Bougainville, which becomes the 196th member of the United Nations. The 20th century had seen worldwide geopolitical upheaval, resulting in the creation of dozens of new countries, but in the 21st century, this has been a much rarer event. Bougainville joins only a handful of other sovereign states that have emerged in recent decades: East Timor in 2002, Montenegro in 2006, Serbia in 2006 as well, and South Sudan in 2011. With that, that is an overview of what we expect to be the events of 2027. I'm going to ask my colleague what your thoughts are, Tony. I agree with you. That will be quite interesting. Yeah, I agree with you there as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well said. I agree on all points. And as we move into our 2028 discussion, I may make the suggestion to Tony, if possible, to mute your microphone unless you are going to speak, to perhaps limit any kind of background noise if that would be possible. And with that, I'm going to move to the Wikipedia article for 2020. And with that, yes, oh, definitely. I wouldn't, I wouldn't have said it if I didn't. All right. You let me know when you're ready for 2020. Excellent. Here we go. So in 2028, it is the 2028 year of the Common Era, and we predict the following scheduled events. January 5th through 30th, the first FIFA Women's World Cup. The first FIFA Women's Club World Cup is scheduled to be held. January 15th through 29th, the 2028 Winter Youth Olympics will be held in Italy. April 12th, if not earlier, the next South Korean legislative election will be held no later than this week. In May, the Eurovision Song Contest 2020 was determined by the 2027 winner. May 8th, the 2028 Philippine presidential election is scheduled to be held. May 14th, if not triggered earlier, the next Turkish presidential election will be held no later than this date. Additionally, if not triggered earlier, the next Turkish parliamentary election will be held no later than this date. From June 9th to July 9th, the UEFA Euro 2028 tournament will be hosted in England, Scotland, Wales, and the Republic of Ireland. On July 5th to 25th, NASA's Dragonfly mission for New Frontiers 4 will be launched to explore Saturn's moon Titan from a SpaceX Falcon heavy. July 14th through 30th, the 2028 Summer Olympics will be held in Los Angeles, California, U.S. I'm very excited. July 22nd, a total solar eclipse will be visible across Australia, the Pacific, and New Zealand. August 15th through 27th, the 2028 Summer Paralympics will be held in Los Angeles, California. Also excited for that. September 28th, if not earlier, the next Australian federal election will be held no later than this date. November 7th, the 2028 United States presidential election will be held. Some unknown dates in May of 2028, the Lebanese general election is scheduled to be held. In September, the White House State Ballroom is scheduled to open. From June to December, the Jeddah Tower will most likely be completed within this time period. It will surpass the Burj Khalifa and become the new tallest building in the world, which would be quite interesting. NASA is targeting the first two-thirds of 2028 to launch Artemis 4, the first crewed lunar landing since 1972, and the last third of 2028 to launch Artemis 5, the second crewed lunar landing since 1970. We shall see. The lease on the Muldahaven port lot in Hamburg, Germany to the Czech Republic is set to expire. The 54th International Touristic Congress will be held in Sydney, Australia. The 2028 ICC Men's T20 World Cup is scheduled to be held in Australia and New Zealand. Nusantara is set to replace Jakarta as the new capital of Indonesia. Colossal Biosciences aims to birth the first generation of woolly mammoths and reintroduce them into the Arctic, Alaska, Yukon, and Pleistocene Park in semi-captivity 4,000 years after the species went extinct. And anyone who watches my streams know I talk about this event all the time, and I'm very excited for it, as you can see on my face. So that's not that far away. So that's really, really exciting. And with that, go ahead. That's fantastic. Okay, so 2028, mark your calendar, friend. We're gonna have the first Czech astronaut in 2028, correct? Second Czech astronaut. Excellent. So that's very exciting. All right. No, that's okay. That's okay. Let's no pun intended. Let's check on that. So we'll check. Check. Uh, astronaut first and second. The first Czech in space was Vladimir Remek, who flew on the Soviet Soyuz 28 mission in March of 1978. The designated second Czech astronaut is Ales Oda, military fighter pilot scheduled to fly to the International Space Station in the second half of 2027. So there we are. That's okay. That's okay. You're really close. You're really close. No. It's close enough. Close enough under these circumstances. Nothing's happened yet. So excellent. So people out there, that's a really an amazing highlight for Czech Republic or Czechia. And with that, I will ask my futurist colleague, are you ready to go to 2028 on future timeline? Okay, excellent. Very well. So to give some people an overall view, from 2028 to 2033, mRNA-based vaccine for cancer and heart disease will be perhaps started. 2028 to 2031, Veritas mission to Mars, or Veritas mission to Venus. 2028 to 2030, orbital reef is operational. And in 2028, China's economy surpasses that of the US. Medical marijuana is legal in the majority of countries. Completion of the lunar gateway. China builds the first largest particle. China builds the world's largest particle accelerator. British newspapers are going out of circulation. Launch of the Comet Interceptor. NEO surveyor hunt for potentially hazardous asteroids. Completion of the Brenner Base Tunnel. Sony ending physical PlayStation game discs. 1.4 nanometer nodes begin mass production. Delhi becomes the most populous city in the world. Los Angeles hosts the Summer Olympic Games. Yay! Total solar eclipse in Australia and New Zealand. Resurrection of several extinct species have been achieved. The Type 26 global combat ship enters service. The European Extremely Large Telescope is operational, and Artemis 4 returns astronauts to the lunar surface. All right, that's the plan. All right, so let's get this started. 2028 to 2033, mRNA-based vaccines for cancer and heart disease. During the COVID-19 pandemic, mRNA-based vaccines emerged as promising and innovative approach to combat SARS-CoV-2. Two of the companies involved in research and development, Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna, produced treatments shown to be highly successful with reported efficacy rates of around 95% preventing infections. These vaccines, based on the biggest vaccine campaign in history, helped in the global efforts to control the spread of the virus and mitigate the impacts of the pandemic. mRNA stands for messenger RNA, a type of genetic material that carries instructions for cells to make proteins. Like a double-stranded helix of DNA, it has only a single strand but it has only a single-stranded chain of nucleotides. mRNA vaccines for COVID-19 use a small piece of the virus's genetic material, specifically the spike protein, which is found on the surface of the virus. The messenger RNA and the vaccine instruct cells in the body to produce a harmless piece of the spike protein, which then triggers an immune response, teaching the immune system to recognize and fight the virus if a person becomes infected in the future. Following the success of COVID-19 vaccines in the early 2020s, research continued on mRNA for potential use in other areas of health. Scientists reported a huge acceleration in the field, with 15 years worth of progress being unspooled during the 12 to 18 months of COVID-19 vaccination program. BioNTech, for example, developed a new mRNA-based therapy injected into colon and melanoma tumors in mice. The treatment halted tumor growth and caused a complete regression of cancer in 85% of animals. BioNTech later signed an agreement with the UK government to accelerate human clinical trials of mRNA immunotherapies aimed at improving cancer outcomes by providing new personalized therapies by 2030. Other companies proceeded with similarly fast schedules, including Moderna, which in 2023 revealed its plan to target various various cancers, alongside heart conditions and a number of rare diseases. Moderna intended for a range of mRNA-based therapies to be available within 5 years, with an expectation that genetic causes of many diseases could be identified and repaired with relative simplicity within 10 years. During this period, stunning progress is made with mRNA-based offering partial or even complete cures for certain diseases, including a few previously untreatable. In the case of cancer, the biopsy of a patient's tumor and sent to a laboratory where its genetic material is sequenced to identify mutations that are not present in healthy cells. An algorithm determines which mutations are driving the cancer's growth and are likely to trigger the immune system. mRNA is then created containing instructions for making antigens that will cause an immune response. Once injected, the mRNA is translated into protein pieces identical to those found on tumor cells. Immune cells encounter these and destroy cancer cells carrying the same proteins. By 2033, these personalized vaccines are saving millions of lives, while cancer as a whole remains a long way from being fully curable. mRNA-based therapies are a major inflection point in terms of progress, with a number of subtypes now relatively easy to treat. Messenger RNA also provides hope to patients with cardiovascular and autoimmune diseases, as well as rare conditions lacking treatment options. The next series of events that we reviewed, 2028 and beyond, is the Veritas mission to Venus. This should happen from 2028 to 2050. While several more recent spacecraft had used Venus to perform gravity testing, it has been decades since Magellan NASA's last dedicated mission to orbit and study the planet, which launched in 1989 and operated until 1994. After this long gap, the agency had been keen to update its knowledge of Earth's twin. Venus emissivity, radioscience, INSAR, topography, and spectroscopy. Veritas is a 3-year mission conducted by NASA to study Venus in higher detail than ever before. In June 2021, it became one of 2 Venus missions selected for NASA's Discovery program in the 2020s and early 2030s, the other being the Da Vinci Plus program. Veritas uses global high-resolution topography and imaging of Venus' surface and generates the first maps of deformation and global surface rock type, thermal emissivity, and gravity field. It provides a more accurate estimate of Venus' core size and information about features that lie below the planet's surface, such as fault lines. The combination of topography, near-infrared spectroscopy, and radar image data provides new knowledge of Venus's tectonic and impact history, gravity, geochemistry, the timing and mechanism of volcanic resurfacing, and the mantle processes responsible for them. Veritas also reveals insights into Venus's weather and cooler past. Much of the probe's data is of relevance to exoplanet science and understanding how planets beyond our solar system evolve. While the earlier Magellan probe had a spatial resolution of 200 meters, Veritas can generate image details as fine as 30 meters, a nearly seven-fold increase. Meanwhile, altimetry measurements are improved by as much as 60 times on board our 2 Venus Emissivity Mapper (VEM) and the Venus Interferometric Synthetic Aperture Rate (VISA). The spacecraft the spacecraft operates until 2031. From 2028 to 2031, the orbital reef is operational. Orbital reef is low Earth orbit (LEO) space station designed by Blue Origin and Sierra Nevada Corporation. intended for commercial space activities and space tourism uses. Several other partners are involved, including Arizona State University, Genesis Engineering Solutions, and Redwire Space. Blue Origin, Sierra Nevada Corporation, and their partners announced preliminary plans in October 2021, just a few days after the revealing of a second project called Starlab, being developed by a different set of companies. While Starlab had a volume of 340 meters cubed and support for up to 4 people, the orbital reef's design featured a much larger internal space of 830 cubic meters, supporting up to 10 occupants and futuristic models and huge windows. The large size would allow the orbital reef to host a range of activities such as scientific research, industrial manufacturing, exploration system development, and exotic hospitality. The zero-G environment and access to a vacuum could also provide filming opportunities for advertising and movies. The space station flies in a 500-kilometer or 320-mile orbit, slightly above the International Space Station. The latter is reaching the end of its lifespan in the 2020s, and the latter is reaching the end of its lifespan as the 2020s brought to a close. NASA had extended its return date from 2024 to 2028 and then again to 2030. The agency is now preparing for a transition to a commercial replacement with more costs, more flexibility, and improved technology. Blue Origin used its recently developed heavy lift orbital launch vehicle, the New Glenn, for assembling the orbital group's core modules and utility system. The remaining structures are now being fitted as the station becomes fully operational. Together, the orbital reef and smaller Starlab are able to fully replace the internal volume of the ISS with funding from NASA. In addition to the station itself, a new single-person spacecraft has been developed by Genesis Engineering as an alternative to traditional spacecraft spacesuits used during the space walks. Those who visit the orbital reef can take advantage of pilot-like craft with greater maneuverability, robotic arms, and larger field of view. So for the people out there who are interested in the orbital route, save 2 seats for both Tony and myself because we want to visit that in the future. The next, absolutely, the next event in 2028, China's economy will surpass that of the United States. In 2028, China overtakes the United States in gross domestic product and becomes the world's largest economy. This milestone has occurred earlier than some expected, due in part to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The virus responsible for COVID-19 had first been identified in Wuhan, China in December. It spread rapidly, helped by the Chinese New Year migration and Wuhan's big transport hub and major rail interchange. With cases growing exponentially, major disruption began to emerge in early 2020 and many Chinese cities went into lockdown. As the virus spread to other countries, the World Health Organization declared a public health emergency, international concern in January, and a pandemic in March of 2020. Initially, COVID-19 had been a major crisis in China. However, its authoritarian government imposed strict measures throughout the country, allowing it to bring the outbreak under control by the second quarter of 2020. While many berated the Chinese government for its delayed response to censorship of related information during the opening stages of the outbreak, few would doubt the success of China in essentially defeating the virus. By contrast, most other countries around the world have frankly catastrophic experiences with COVID-19, wreaking severe economic damage. The U.S. recorded its millionth case by April 2020, and this had mushroomed to over 23 million by January 2021, with nearly 400,000 deaths, the most in any country. Although vaccines began to emerge, partisan divides regarding the outbreak and a laxer approach to preventing infections meant that the crisis would persist for many months 2020. The U.S. and other major economies had negative growth for that year, which China achieved, well, China did achieve positive GDP growth of 2% in 2020. China's 14th five-year plan from 2021 to 2025 involved a dual circulation strategy with plans for both external and domestic demand working together. This had been implemented partly in response to trade disputes with the U.S. and elsewhere, and partly due to the expectation that external demand would be depressed by the pandemic and that China would be and that China needed internal demand to sustain growth. President Xi stated his aim as being to fully bring as President Xi stated aim as being to fully bring out the advantage of its being China's super large market scale and potential of domestic demand to establish a new development pattern featuring domestic and international circulations that complement each other. With skillful management of the pandemic and damage to long-term growth in the West, the relative economic performance of China exceeded many analysts' earlier forecasts. China saw average economic growth of more than 5.5% a year during this time. By the end of its 14th plan period in 2025, it had come comfortably at the threshold for a high-income economy, defined by the World Bank as a gross national income per capita of $2,500 more. Although its growth has slowed to 4.5% a year during the second half of the 2020s, China's GDP has overtaken the U.S. by 2020. It continues to widen the gap between itself and the U.S. during the early 2030s, though at a slower rate of less than 4% a year. Longer-term demographic and other problems in China enable the U.S. to regain its position as the world's largest economy by the end of the century. Medical marijuana is legal in the majority of countries. The cannabis plant had a long history of medicinal use dating back thousands of years. Its usage remained controversial and taboo in many cultures. However, not until the late 20th century or the 21st century did it start to gain wider acceptance and legality as an option for treating health issues. Due to production and governmental restrictions, little research has been conducted into the safety and efficacy of cannabis for medicine. Systematic review and meta-analysis in 2015 found moderate quality evidence in support of treatment for chronic pain and spasticity, but lower quality evidence for improvement in nausea and vomiting due to chemotherapy. A number of medical organizations around the world called on governments to better enable scientific study of these drugs. Amid growing support for reviews of its legal classification, more and more countries began to decriminalize cannabis and enable its usage for medical reasons. Some even permitted recreational use in limited amounts. Paraguay became the first country to legalize the whole process from cultivation to sale, distribution, and consumption. Nearly 20 states in the United States had legalized recreational use by 2020, though it remained illegal at the federal level. Public opinion polls reflected this ongoing trend. In 1990, almost 80% of adults believed marijuana should be illegal. By 2020, that figure had declined to just 52%. The strongest support came from the millennials, an increasingly influential voting bloc, with 76% in favor of legalization compared to 62% for baby boomers and just 32% for the second generation. By 2020, the majority of the world's countries allowed cannabis-derived treatments for medical use. A total of 45 countries had made it legal by 2020, and this figure is approaching 110. The products can be administered through a variety of methods, including capsules, lozenges, tinctures, dermal patches, oral enterprise is undergoing a compound annual growth rate of 23% during this decade, valued at $6.8 billion in 2020. It reaches $53.9 billion by 2030. The number of countries allowing recreational use of marijuana has also increased, though at a slower rate. From just 5 in 2020, it has quadrupled to nearly 20 by 2028, but will not reach a majority until the 2050s. And I would like to call on the world as medical marijuana is becoming more and more legal. Not forget the people who have been put in jail because of these perhaps outdated laws, and to clear their names. Moving on to the next topic, we have completion of the Lunar Gateway. The Lunar Gateway is a successor of the aging International Space Station. Whereas the International Space Station was placed in orbit around the Earth, the International Gateway is close to the Moon. The partners involved in its construction are similar to the ISS, the Canadian Space Agency, European Space Agency, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and NASA. The gateway is developed, utilized, and maintained in collaboration with commercial and international partners as a staging ground for lunar surface operations, both robotic and crewed, and for eventual travel to Mars. By sending people and cargo to and from cislunar space, those involved with the project gained the knowledge and experience necessary to venture to and beyond. Originally, NASA had intended to build the gateway as part of an asteroid redirect mission, but later canceled the mission. An informal joint statement on cooperation between NASA and Roscosmos was announced in September 2017. However, in October 2020, Roscosmos stated that the program would be too U.S.-centric for Russia to participate in, and in January 2021 confirmed that it would not take part in the LG and LG. NASA commissioned studies by private companies into affordable ways to develop the station's power and propulsion. These private companies are Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Orbital ATK, Sierra Nevada, and Space Systems/NOAA. The LG would be built in stages. Originally, the plan had involved each part being delivered solely by the Space Launch System (SLS), a huge new rocket being developed by NASA. However, a subsequent plan incorporated commercial launch vehicles, such as the SpaceX Falcon Heavy. The latter would also carry supplies to the LG, a new craft called Mega XL, similar to the commercial cargo program for the International Space Station, to support crewed missions there and to the lunar surface. The international partners involved in the project plan for its construction to occur gradually from 2024 to 2028, with delivery of four main components: power and propulsion towers, PPE. Serving as the main command and communication center of the LG, the PPE can generate 50 kilowatts of solar electric power for its ion thruster, which can be supplemented by chemical propulsion. An S-band communication system provides a radio link with nearby vehicles, and it can also function as a space tunnel, transferring a spacecraft from one orbit to another. Alongside the habitation and logistics outposts see below, the PPE is the first component of the LG to be delivered, launched by SpaceX on a Falcon Heavy in 2024. Habitation and logistics output below. A crew cabin for astronauts visiting the LG. Its primary purpose is to provide basic life support needs for the visiting astronauts and to enable preparation for trips to the lunar surface. In addition to environmental controls and energy storage, it features space for science and storage, data handling capabilities, and docking ports for visiting vehicles and future modules. The Halo is delivered in 2024. International Habitation Module (IHAB), an additional habitation module built by ESA in collaboration with Japan. Together, the IHAB and HALO provide combined 125 cubic meters, 440 cubic, 440, 4,400 cubic feet of habitable volume for the station. delivery of the IM occurs in 2026. This component also includes a large robotic arm contributed by Canada's Space Agency. European system providing refueling infrastructure and telecommunications. ESPRI, a service module with an airlock for science packages, additional capacity for xenon and hydrazine, and communication. It also features docking points and a small window application corridor. The S3 module consists of two parts and is fully installed by 2027. The complete assembly of the lunar gateway requires about 25 launches from Earth, most of which are uncrewed. The final delivery occurs in 2028, and the station then begins full operation, serving as a platform for missions down serving as a platform for missions down to the moon. These surface operations are initially robotic, but construction of permanent human base in the 20s. The LG has an expected service time of about 15 years, allowing it to operate into the early 2040s. Towards the end of this period, NASA begins testing a new and separate vehicle designed for crewed missions to more remote destinations, such as Mars. Known as the Deep Space Telescope (DST), this can carry up to 6 astronauts on extended voyages using both electric and chemical propulsion. The DST is returned to the LG after each mission to be serviced and reused for a new mission. Overall, the Lunar Gateway lives up to its name as a gateway to places beyond low Earth orbit (LEO) and is arguably the logical step for human exploration of space. In addition to being a platform for regular visits to the lunar surface, functioning as a relay between you, it also provides opportunities to test new technology for reaching Mars. Also in 2028, we anticipate China will be building the world's largest airport. Following the success of the Large Hadron Collider (LHC) in Europe, the Chinese decided to build their own larger particle accelerator. Researchers at the Institute of High Energy Physics in Beijing announced plans for a machine 52 kilometers or 32.5 miles in length, twice the circumference of the Large Hadron Collider. This would allow the Higgs boson to be studied in greater detail, revealing new insights into the fundamental structure of matter and confirming whether multiple types of Higgs boson exist. Construction began in 2019 with completion in 2028. It paves the way for an even larger project in 2035. And so we see from this design, this diagram, the Large Hadron Collider, which was completed in 2008, circumference of 27 kilometers and energy of 14. China's Electron Positron Collider, completed in 2028, circumference of 2 kilometers and energy of 70 TeV. China's hosted International Super Collider is to be completed in 2035, circumference of 80 kilometers, energy of less than 100 TeV. And a very large Hadron Collider should also be finished in 2035 because the circumference is 100 kilometers and energy of 100 TeV. And for those people who are wondering what TeV means, we gotta make sure that everyone is aware, especially those people who visit America. So, TeV is a tera electron volt, obviously. It's an energy level that is a major benchmark for next generation particle physics. So if you were unlike our friend Tony and myself and you didn't know what a TeV is, that is a tera electron volt. And with that, we're going to continue on to the next topic. British newspapers are going out of circulation. By the late 2020s, the last of Britain's national newspapers are being taken out of circulation. Even once formerly major titles like The Sun, the Daily Mail, and the Daily Mirror have ceased production. The surviving newspapers have now all transitioned to entirely digital formats. The printing industry had a long history. The printing industry had a long history. The first printing press was invented by William Craxton in 1476. This led to further developments in mechanical movable typewriting, a huge increase of printing activity over subsequent centuries. During the 1600s, various publications spread both news and rumors, such as pamphlets, posters, and ballads. English Civil War from 1642 to 1655, the Common Era, greatly increased the demand for news. Among the first real newspapers were the Oxford Gazette, dating to 1665, Burroughs' Worcester Journal, 1690, and Daily Current, 1702. By the 1720s, there were 12 London newspapers and 24 provincial. The first English journalist to achieve national importance was Daniel Defoe, who lived from 1660 to 1720. During the 18th and 19th century, the revolution allowed production methods to be improved, print runs to be greatly increased, and newspapers sold at lower cost. Circulation of the Times rose from 5,000 copies in 1815 to 10,000 in 1834 and 40,000 by 1850, about 80% of the entire market. The period from 1860 to 1910 was considered a golden age of newspaper publication, with further technical advances in printing and communication, combined with a more professional style of journalism and prominence of new owners. Socialist labor and trade union paper began to proliferate. In 1896, the Daily Mirror was first published, the first daily newspaper aimed at the newly admitted lower middle class market, resulting from mass education, combining a new retail price with heading of competitions, prices, and promotional gimmicks. It was the first British newspaper to sell a million copies a day. Two other half-penny papers to emerge included the Daily Express and the Daily Mail. By the 1930s, over two-thirds of the population was estimated to read a newspaper every day, with almost everyone taking one on Sundays. Circulation continued to increase, reaching a peak in the mid-20th century. From the 1960s onwards, however, sales began to decline. In an effort to attract more readers, some tablets, including the Sun, the Daily Mirror, and the Daily Star, began publishing images of topless women. In 1980, saw the introduction of computer-based typesetting and full-color offset printing. The reporting of stories became ever more sensationalized and controversial as the fall in sales continued through the 1990s and into the 21st century. The rapid rise of the internet, providing instant and free access to information, accelerated the decline of the newspaper industry. A major factor, the emergence of smartphones, tablets, and other web-enabled devices become cheap and widely available. By 2015, none of the remaining UK papers had a daily circulation above 2 million. The overall circulation of newspapers declined by 6.6% in 2014, with further declines in the following decade, resulting in the end of printed national newspapers in Britain. The next event that we anticipate is the launch of the Comet Interceptor. The Comet Interceptor is a mission by the European Space Agency (ESA) to rendezvous with a comet originating from the outer solar system that has now begun to approach the Sun. This follows a similar effort, Rosetta, that, that visited 67 early in 2014. However, unlike that early approach, the new craft is designed to encounter a pristine comet with largely undisturbed material surviving from the dawn of the solar system. The targeted body is therefore an Oumuamua-like interstellar object, or a possible fragment from the Oort body, approaching the inner solar system for the first time, as opposed to a short period comet like 67 that orbits the Sun every 6 years. The mission is unusual. In in that it launches before a primary target has, has even been found. For a dynamically new comet, UNC, or interstellar object, the time between discovery for Helion and departure from the solar system, a few months to a year, is too short for mission organizers to prepare and use spacecraft. As such, these astronomical objects can only be counted after being discovered inbound with enough warning to direct an already operating spacecraft to approach. However, new observatories such as the recently completed Vera C. Rubin Observatory are now improving this time by covering large areas of sky more deeply and rapidly. The spacecraft is separated. The spacecraft is separated delivered through Lagrange point O2 via its own propulsion system. On an interceptor consists of a mothership and two smaller darts, which perform simultaneous observations from multiple angles to generate a 3D profile. The daughter probes carry instruments on different trajectories through the comet's tail, while also getting close to the nucleus. Together, all three spacecraft generally improve understanding for comets and their surrounding environment, revealing their structures and compositions in more detail and their dynamic nature as they interact with the solar wind. This, in turn, provides new insights into conditions that existed at the birth of the solar system and perhaps even further back in time. The next event is the NEO Surveyor, tracking for potentially hazardous asteroids. NEO Surveyor is a space-based infrared telescope designed to survey the solar system for potentially hazardous asteroids. The spacecraft is developed by NASA and its successor to the agency's Near-Earth Object Wide Field Infrared Survey Explorer (NEOWISE) mission, which launched in 2009. First proposed in 2006, the concept failed repeatedly to obtain funding. In 2019, however, the Planetary Defense Coordination Council greenlit the mission outside NASA's science budget due to its national security implications. In 2021, NASA authorized the NEO Surveyor mission to proceed to the preliminary design phase. The spacecraft is launched in 2028 with an expected lifetime until at least 2040. It deploys a sunshade and operates a halo around the Sun-Earth L1 inner Lagrange point, enabling it to see near-Earth objects (NEOs) inside Earth's orbit. Its mid-infrared detectors are sensitive to thermal emissions for revealing particularly dark and elusive asteroids independently of their illumination by the detector array is 2048 by 2048 pixels and generates 82 gigabytes of data per day. The telescope's orbit allows fast downward speeds to Earth. Its mirror is 25% larger than that of its predecessor. The onboard instruments feature improved sensitivity and better cooling, combined with a field of view that is wide and deep enough to discover tens of thousands of new NEOs with sizes as small as 30 meters or nearly 200 millimeters. This continues the exponential trend of cumulative discoveries in recent decades and leads to over 90% of asteroids 140 meters and larger being identified at Trek, helping to improve planetary defense capabilities. The next topic is the completion of the Brenner Base. The Brenner Base tunnel is a 64-kilometer, 50-mile freight passenger train route running through the base of the Eastern Alps, linking Scandinavia and the Mediterranean. It consists of two primary tunnels carrying traffic from north to south and vice versa. A smaller secondary tunnel lies below these and is used during construction as a guide to determine geological conditions, then later used for drainage and emergency access. The 9.2 euro, the 9.2 billion euro and $11 billion project received substantial funding from the European Union. It forms the central component of the gigantic scaled project. The beginning in Finland and running all the way down to Malta, which forms a crucial north-south axis for the European economy. In addition to the Brenner Base Tunnel in Central Europe, another major component of the ScanMed corridor is the Fehmarn-Belt Expressway in the northern part of the road. The undersea tunnel provides a direct link between northern Germany and Lala, and from there to the Danish island of Zealand and Copenhagen, becoming the world's first combined road and rail tunnel. The Fehmarn fixed link was completed shortly after the Brenner Base Tunnel. Maximum operating speeds in the Brenner Base Tunnel are 250 kilometers per hour or 155 miles per hour for passenger trains and 116 kilometers per hour or 99 miles per hour. This helps to relieve a bottleneck on the Alpine connection between Germany and Britain. Previously, journeys had involved meandering rail and congested Great Road with steep inclines. By contrast, the Brenner Tunnel is an entirely new route passing smoothly and directly through tens of kilometers of track. It has a depth of 1,720 meters or 5,000 feet below the surface and becomes the lowest passage through the Alps, having traveled much from 80 to 45 meters. Major technical challenge had been the four distinct rock types and one of Europe's longest fault lines, through which the tunnel would need to pass. Phase 1 lasted from 1999 to 2002 and when preparatory work. Phase 2 followed from 2003 to 2008 with in borings, environmental trend, and the final technical details. The construction phase of the main tunnel began in 2020. The project involves a total of 1.5 million cubic meters of material being excavated, with around one-third of this being recycled and used as concrete, aggregate, and pavement. The remaining material goes to five sites above ground, acting as filler for areas that can be reforested and landscaped. When completed in 2028, the Brenner Base Tunnel becomes the longest underground railway connection in the world, surpassing the 57-kilometer or 35-mile Goddard Base Tunnel. The next topic to review is we look at some heavy PlayStation game discs. This made recent news, and it also happened this year in 2028. Sony Interactive entered discontinued physical disc production for only games released on its PlayStation console. New titles are now only sold in digital format via the PlayStation Store and participating retailers more than 3 decades in which boxed PlayStation games normally contain physical media. The change reflects a long-running shift in consumer habits. Digital download subscriptions and cloud saves, live service updates, and large day-one patches have already made discs less central to consoles during the 2010s and 2020s. The customer is still purchasing from retailers. Download codes replace discs, leaving any remaining blue plastic cases as little more than packaging for a digital license. For retailers, collectors, and preservationists, the decision marks a symbolic turning point. Without discs for new releases, ownership becomes increasingly tied to online accounts, storefronts, and licensing agreements, raising fresh concerns of long-term access, resale rights, and future preservation. The next event which we will cover is 1.4 nanometer nodes beginning mass production. In semiconductor manufacturing, the 1.4 nanometer process is the next die shrink following the 2 nanometer process node. In recent years, the names of these process nodes have become more of a marketing term rather than the actual dimensions of components. Nevertheless, the latest generation was a further advanced in miniaturization and the printing of ever more transistors onto computer chips. In 2022, Apple released M1 Ultra system on chip with 114 billion transistors. By 2028, several more doublings in density have occurred, with high-end CPUs and GPUs now packing around 400 billion transistors per die. Multi-chip modules that stack or tile several such dies together are beginning to approach the 1 trillion transistor landmark. These improvements also bring lower power consumption and higher efficiency. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company (TSMC) begins volume production of its 1.4 nanometer class process in 2028, following its 2 nanometer generation in 2025. Intel's 14A node reaches a similar stage around this time, although the company faces increasingly difficult competing although the company faces increasing difficulty competing with TSMC at the leading edge. Meanwhile, Samsung trails slightly, with mass production of 1.4 nanometers expected in 2025, as the company focuses on improving 2 nanometer yields to maximize profitability from its earlier nodes. These and other companies continue researching new ways to scale down, including gate-all-around transistors, backside power delivery, and further refinements in extreme ultraviolet refinement (EUV). More experimental approaches such as graphene nanomesh, carbon nanotubes, and two-dimensional materials are also being explored for the next decade. The challenge of miniaturization is becoming so great that a radical new paradigm may soon be needed to maintain the trend in computing power. The next topic that we will cover is Delhi becoming the most populous city in the world. By 2028, Delhi is undertaking an appeal to become the most populous city in the world. The Japanese capital had had this goal since 1955, but during the early years of the 20th century, it began to reach a plateau. After peaking at 37 million, the city actually went into decline from 2020 onwards. The Indian capital, by contrast, was surging ahead, home to some 29 million people in 2020, really expanded to reach 37.2 million just a decade later. India, as a whole, had recently surpassed China to become the most populous country on the planet. There are many challenges associated with rapidly growing areas, especially in low-income and middle-income countries. These include the provision of adequate housing, transportation, water, waste management and sanitation, energy, and other vital infrastructure, as well as employment and basic services such as education and health. However, India's workforce is young and dynamic. Its economy is expanding fast and on course to rival other superpowers by 2040. One surprising area in which Delhi will soon benefit is the environment. For many years, the World Health Organization had ranked Delhi as the most polluted city on Earth. In the 2010s, poor air quality caused 2.3 million deaths in India each year, almost the same as from tobacco use, costing 3% of the country's gross domestic product. However, towards the end of the 2020s, traditional petrol and diesel cars are being phased out in favor of electric vehicles. Widespread use of solar and other renewables is also making a difference now, with almost 60% of India's electricity being generated from non-fossil fuels. Furthermore, as part of its commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement, India has pledged 6.2 billion to reforest 235 million acres, or 95 million hectares of the country by 2030. The vast project will soon increase India's forest coverage from 21% of total land to 33%. Next is Los Angeles hosting the Summer Olympic Games. From 21st of July to 6th of August 2020, the 34th Summer Olympics are held in Los Angeles, California. This event is the fifth Summer Games to be hosted in the United States and third in Los Angeles, following St. Louis in 1904, Los Angeles in 1932, Los Angeles in 1994, and Atlanta in 1996. Los Angeles also becomes the third city after London in 1908, 1948, and 2012, and Paris in 1900, 1924, and 2024, who have hosted the Olympic Games on 3 occasions. The 2028 Games are spread across 4 areas, each highlighting different geographical features of the city. Aldrich, South Bay, Downtown, and Valley Sports Park. Travel between venues is made easy thanks to LA's extensive system of highways and public transit, with many improvements and upgrades having been made since the 1984 Games. By 2028, $88 billion worth of expanded subway, light rail, rapid bus transit, and express lane projects are operational, connecting all sports parks, the airport, the game center, and every corner of LA. You will believe it when you see it. The Olympic and Paralympic Village is based at the centrally located UCLA campus, close to the city's cultural and entertainment attractions. All Olympic and Paralympic sports are within 40 minutes of the event. The opening and closing ceremonies are each for the first time staged across 2 different stadiums. The opening ceremony starts at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum and finishes at the Los Angeles Stadium at Hollywood Park, the latter forming part of the major news, sports, entertainment, and business hotel and business district. The order is reversed for the closing ceremony. While most Olympic host cities have 7 years to prepare, Los Angeles was given an additional 4, for a total of 11 years. This was due to the unusual bidding process in 2017, which saw Paris and Los Angeles elected simultaneously for 2024 and 2028 respectively. The next event that we have, I think it would be fine, but keep in mind it might be copyrighted, and I don't really use this video because it's someone else's YouTube. So if anybody's interested, you can go to the Welcome to LA video. Yeah, especially that one is probably going to be copyrighted. So you can check it out on YouTube, Welcome to LA, LA 28. The next event is a total solar eclipse in Australia and New Zealand. A total solar eclipse occurs on the 22nd of July, 2028. Totality occurs in a narrow path across Earth's surface, and a partial solar eclipse visible over a surrounding region thousands of kilometers wide. The central line of the path crosses the Australian continent from the Kimberley region in the northwest and continues in a southeasterly direction in Western Australia, the Northern Territory, southwest Queensland, and New South Wales. Close to the towns of Wyndham, Woonoonga, Tennant Creek, Birdsville, and it continues on through the center of Sydney, where the eclipse has a duration of over 3 minutes. Also crosses Dunedin. The next event, again, very excited for this one. Resurrection of several extinct species has been achieved. In 2009, the Pyrenean ibex became the first animal to ever be made unextinct for 7 minutes when a cloned female was born alive before dying from lung injury. By the year 2020, a number of other species have been resurrected, with varying degrees of success, including the famous dodo, last observed in 1662, the wild pigeon, and blue mammoth crabs. The 3 different approaches have been taken to restore lost animals and plants. Cloning, in which genetic material is extracted for preserved tissue to create an exact modern copy. Selective breeding, where a closely related modern species is given characteristics of the extinct relative. Genetic engineering, where DNA of a modern species is edited until it closely matches the extinct species. Ethical concerns have arisen, however, such as the effect of alien species on modern ecosystems. The next one is the Type 26 Global Combat Ship entering service. The Type 26 Global Combat Ship is a British Royal Navy vessel that replaces the aging Type 23 frigates, allowing aging Type 23 frigates. Following 30 years of research and development that began in 1998 and entered service in 2028, with the program running into a total of 8 ships are constructed by BAE Systems during the time during this time at a cost of 3.5, 12 billion pounds or $16.5 billion. They remain in service until the 26th. The Type 26 forms a general-purpose fleet with air defense, anti-ship, towed array, sonar, and anti-submarine engines. Each of these 150-meter or 492-foot vessels has a crew complement of 180 with capacity for 200 a top speed in excess of 26 miles per hour, 48 kilometers per hour, up to 8,000 tons of displacement when fully loaded, and a maximum range of 7,000 nautical miles, 15,000 kilometers. The ships are designed for multi-role versatility, flexibility in adapting to future needs, affordability in both construction and through life support and exportability. The Type 26 features a number of improvements over its predecessor, Type 23. It packs a formidable array of weaponry that includes strike-length DLS style, enabling the ship to fire a mix of cruise and planned future missiles such as land attack missiles, very long-range anti-ship missiles, far further than an anti-submarine missile torpedoes. Its missiles can target various air, sea, and coastal threats, including speedboats, patrol boats, coastal batteries, helicopters, and unmanned aerial vehicles. Ships' guns include a 5-inch BAE Mk-45 gun, two 30-millimeter DS-30 and Mk2 guns, two Phalanx CIW weapon systems for defense against anti-ship missiles, and a pair of miniguns, along with four general-purpose machine guns. Being of greater size than its predecessor, the Type 26 has more aviation capacity and storage space. Its hangar can accommodate two helicopters, Royal Navy Wildcats pilots, while its flight deck supports a Chinook helicopter, a major improvement, which matches the Type 45 destroyer's Chinook capable. The extra space enables a larger, multi-role mission bay to hold more supplies, a mini-hospital, disaster relief equipment, and up to 16 more rooms, as well as marine continuity. If necessary, a fleet of these ships can be organized to complete 18 helicopters off simultaneously and land more than 1,000 soldiers at a job site in a single movement. This brings massive force to bear immediately and full use of any element of surprise, a big improvement over previous operational mission abilities. Another notable feature of the Type 26 is an additional connected gear and flexible machinery at the aft end of the ship. This enables the ship to function as a base for launching small boats, as well as autonomous marine vehicles. The Type 26 is designed with modularity and flexibility in mind to enhance versatility across the full range of applications, including maritime security, counter-piracy, counter-terrorist, and humanitarian and disaster operations. The ship includes a meteorological and oceanographic MEDA system, which collates and analyzes environmental information to support operations. Britain's navy had already received a boost from the recent completion of the Queen Elizabeth-class aircraft carriers. The Type 26 global concept combat ship is another highly important addition. By the 2030s, about half of the Royal Navy frontline personnel are operating on these frigates. The modular design and open systems architecture ensure that they could easily be upgraded. They could easily upgrade as the modular design and open systems architecture ensure they can be easily upgraded as new technology develops. The next event is the European Extremely Large Telescope become operational. The revolutionary new telescope is built in Cerro Armazones, Chile, by the European Southern Observatory, an intergovernmental research organization supported by 15 countries. It has the aim of observing the universe in greater detail than even the Hubble telescope. The main mirror is 39 meters, 129 feet. This makes it powerful enough to directly image exoplanets, study their atmospheres, and potentially detect water and organic molecules in protoplanetary disks around stars. It can also perform stellar archaeology, measuring the properties of the first stars and galaxies alongside probing the nature of dark matter and dark energy. Originally planned, entry to the observatory was delayed several times due to financial problems, with the first flight not occurring until 2028. The mirror is also reduced in size slightly, having previously been 42 meters. The next event is Artemis 4 returning astronauts to the lunar surface. In 2028, NASA lands astronauts on the lunar surface for the first time since Apollo 17 in December 1972, or at least was reported in December 1972. The Artemis 4 mission delivers a crew to the moon's solar pole region, where two astronauts could descend in commercial human landing system. Two astronauts descend in a commercial landing system, with two others in lunar orbit aboard Orion. The landing follows a major restructuring of the Artemis 4 announced in 2025. NASA had initially intended for Artemis 3 to carry out first lunar surface. However, the agency realized the mission had become an Earth orbit test due to technical challenges. The human landing system required large-scale refueling, which involved transferring hundreds of tons of cryogenic pellet from Earth orbit, approximately 100 times more than that, approximately 100 more than the Apollo lunar human module had carried. NASA also needed to validate full system integration between the Orion spacecraft and the lander, including autonomous rendezvous and uh, crew transfer procedures, power and data links, environmental control compatibility, and upload scenarios. Following this Earth orbit test, NASA launches the next mission with the Artemis program in 2020. Artemis 4 was aboard an upgraded space launch system and carries Orion plus additional cargo into lunar orbit. The astronauts fly Orion with a SpaceX Starship-based human landing system. Two crew members transfer to the lander and descend to the surface. They are permanently shattered craters that contain ordnance. However, pictured below dwarfs the Apollo lunar module of the 1960s. SpaceX's human landing system is 52 meters tall and provides about 600 cubic meters of thermal volume, compared with Apollo 7's 7 meters tall, and its cramped 4.5 cubic meters of crew cabin space. Because of its height, astronauts do not climb down the lander. Instead, they ride a cable-based lift system mounted to the exterior of the vehicle, which lowers them from the hatch high above the surface and into the lunar regolith below. Two astronauts spend approximately 1 week conducting scientific investigations, testing surface systems, and preparing for future long-duration missions. Artemis 4 marks the first time a woman on a person of color walk on the moon. NASA views the landing not as a one-off return, but as the start of sustained human activity on the lunar surface. The agency schedules follow-up missions at roughly annual intervals, expanding surface infrastructure, mobility, and resource capabilities. By the early 2030s, heavy cargo deployments are being made to establish a more permanent. And with that, we conclude our discussion for 2028 and perhaps conclusion for this video. In future videos, you can anticipate Andy and I going through the other series of years and learning about what we anticipate to occur on Earth and outside of Earth and human development. Before we close, I will let everyone know where you can find my content. Of course, as I showed earlier, you can can always find movies live streamed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year on YouTube and Rumble and wherever else you can stream generally. You can find me directly on YouTube by typing my name, Rabbi Rothschild, RTBI space ROTHSCHILD, into YouTube, and the key is filter by live. If you don't filter by live, you'll see my streams, but they will be from yesterday or last week or perhaps last year. And I want you to see all of the live streams that I have going simultaneously. I am building my own timeline during this. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find all my social media there. There's also a link to my Discord that I'm available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Discord.me/Rabbi. You can also find my writings on many of these features and topics and topics on technology, religion, and the social justice, you name it, at rabbirothschild.medium.com. That'll pass the microphone back over to. Yes, this will be very cool. Absolutely. And if there's any event that you think might take place during the years that we mentioned, or maybe some of these you don't think will take place, put that in the comments. We would love to hear from you in our future series. We can even potentially take a look at them. And if you haven't had a chance, please make sure that you follow Life Podcast Network on YouTube. Go to Tony's link tree, which, Tony, what's your link tree? So he's linktree.com/life podcast, right? Excellent. And I am linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And I very much enjoyed this. I hope that you all enjoyed it. We look forward to following up with 2029 and beyond in our next series. And you can anticipate from us a series of these. And for as exciting as it is for people perhaps in 2026 to watch this, both Tony and I are extremely excited. People of the future to be able to see these as predictions of the future, where we were right in 2026, where we were wrong, what changed, where we had accuracy. We anticipate there are going to be events that occur that we weren't able to foresee, and how that will change the world. It's been extremely exciting being here with all of you. We sincerely appreciate your time and look forward to our next discussion. Thank you so much. You did so well. Good job. You're not annoying. You're wonderful. You did really well, and thank you for just listening to talk. You know, that's kind of what it was going to be. Many of the events that we covered, it was a lot of reading, but I think they were very interesting. Okay, if you would, I know you have another one to do, but just stay for a moment. I'm going to give you, well, firstly, I want to show you a website that's going to help you to get more views. So, okay, good. And I think this would be so cool in the future. We'll be able to watch it together. You know what I mean? Like it's evergreen content because you never know where we were right, where we were wrong. Okay, so I'm going to try to do this with what I want to do, and what's important for you to do on your videos is you want to put like timestamps for people. And the best, and so I'm going to show you how to do that. And what you do is in the comments you put the timestamps, and you can also do it in the description as well. But this is good for two reasons. One, if it's in the description, it'll help people to find it in the search. And two, if it's in the comments, then you'll get upvoted, and then that makes like makes your account stronger because you have more upvotes. Does that make sense? Excellent. And so, just one moment, I'm gonna make sure I find a good generator for us. Uh, you know what? Actually, yeah, I will do that. But before we do that, ChatGPT, Chat, Chat, no, you stopped the recording. Oh, I recognize that. Um, and once I close out, I think I can make that faster. I can get on a different network. But even it'll, I'm live streaming on my own. And I'm live streaming on two different streams right now on my own. So just for a moment, let me let me make sure that okay. So I think I can just go to one of your videos. I'll go to the one that you did. Is this the longest podcast you've ever done? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I know. Um, okay, so we're gonna go to Life Podcast Network. Let's see. I agree. I agree with you. I mean, this is like a scientific. This is like a scientific. undertaking. I Okay, so I see we podcast now. But you have 100 subscribers. Go to our the most recent. Uh, well, I'll just go. I see one the most recent one, but that's fine. Share the link, or copy the link, and I'm going to pe- people in the future will, and then when we have like 10 hours worth of them, they'll watch it on a playlist. And also, you may not think people will watch it, but the way that we are going to um, the way that we are going to put the description. Yeah, exactly. And I wanted you to know, I'm going to do something that I don't normally do. I have done that before, but I didn't do with you. I'm going to put out press releases for this. You don't know what a press release is? It's like a newspaper article that gets published all over the world. And so um, I can put that out maybe later today uh, and say that we're kicking this off. Um, it kind of depends on um, when we get this published. Yeah, and we want to do it coincide, but that will help a lot with search engines. So when people like look up a term that's not really that big right now, like the Large Hadron Collider, that whatever, a new one, Artemis 4, we're gonna beat people. We're gonna have the number one result because nobody else is talking about this stuff. And especially as we get way into the future, nobody's talking about that. We should do them like weekly, I think. Weekly. So we do 2027 and 2028 this week, maybe 2029, 30 next week. You know what I mean? And just know that like the information's really dense up until like 2060, something like that. Or no, up until 2060, and then again, like the further in the future that we get, there's not as much. And then once we get to 2100, it's a lot easier. It's like there's not that much. But we have like a lot of content there, and that's the thing that you should see is very beneficial. The more content that you have, the better in terms of yeah, that would be really okay. So we're gonna say generate timestamps for a video. Uh, just I know, but I just keep it this way because then I have to copy. It'll come. We'll be fine. Don't worry. I'll leave my computer. So what we're gonna do is go to. I'll just. Uh, oh, I was gonna say I could just send you the website that does this all for free, um, and I can make sure it works. Be fast. you could make one for each one of those articles. You could do a TikTok. The key about it is the way that we are going to. Uh, the key about it is the way we are going to document. I'm going to put out press releases. I'm going to do at least two, maybe three, the key pieces. That will go, and that shows up in Google News. You know the news tab of Google? Go to Google. Go to Google. And then you see at the top it says AI mode, all video, short videos, images, forums, news. Yeah, at the very top. Yeah, that's um, okay. So here's what I want you to do. Go to this website and I want you to put put this link in and see if it comes up with what. Put that link in. Yeah, you just create sign up for it and it will. And while you do that, I'm going to generate a description for this one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm in it. Um, you and I have a good relationship. You know, yeah, yeah, there's a lot, but it's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. Ever what? Okay. Uh, I'll give you another website that you can use. So that was exemplary AI did not work. Um, it might be saying that because the link. Uh, so I'll send you another link to put in there, and you tell me if this one I just sent. And apologies at the end. I didn't give you a chance to talk about the 2020 things. I just was like thinking, like, okay, well, I gotta tie this up. Did it do the thing? Is it good? You did perfectly correct. You did perfectly correct. No, that's fine. You thought you thought I was you thought I was bonkers. You thought I was bonkers. Don't worry. Once I'm done with you, I can shut down my other streams and it'll go fast. Exactly. So that's what you need to do with all of you get what I'm saying? No, you need to go back with all your previous episodes. Is it okay if I call you Tony from Life Podcast? Well, that's just what you go by in the podcast. So what you want to do is go back all the way to your first episode and put that in. And you also want to do that if you can in the comments and the description and all your other on Spotify and Amazon. I know it's going to take some time, but that'll get you a lot more people because that's what you talk about. And then when people are searching it, it shows up. It's not just an audio file; it's actual text. Well, great, thank you. Okay, I'm almost. And, I don't know if we call this. I don't think you call it like you know how you have like live podcast number 30, 31, 32. I don't know if you necessarily call it that. I think you call it live podcast future timeline, whatever. Like it's a different thing. You know what I mean? Exactly. So I will I will give you the name how it should be as well. And I'm gonna send it to you in here. I'm almost done. I just want to put my links and I've got the hashtags in there. So all you have to do is literally copy paste or whatever, copy. And we can, I mean, depending, you know, you know, pretty we don't have to wait till next week. If we find, hey, let's do it tomorrow or whatever, we can do that. But I would publish that week. That way, that way you give your audience an opportunity to listen to one another. So, what what do you mean? I still, what do you mean? Okay, so what do you think? Oh, let me just ask you before we do that. Um, let's see here. I want to make sure I'm going to put your relevant websites in here as well. Do you have a hashtag that you use? Is it hashtag life podcast? You need one. Just make it life podcast. Okay, and then you are YouTube. Life podcast. No, you're not. Life podcast no. And then linktree.com/life podcast. Anything. Yeah. Okay. And you put in anything else you want. I'm just putting a section for you. Um, and you you put it all because I don't want to spell it wrong or anything like that. And um, we're gonna call it. This is gonna be called um, Life Podcast. I would call these special editions. Future futurology. How many people see my blog? I can. I don't know. Over time, absolutely. Oh, for sure. No. I'm about to send this to you. Are you ready for it? Okay. And this is uh this is how I would bring it and make sure I want to put it, What do you think? I mean, I've lost a lot of money in the past. I should have written material. That's probably my best answer to you. I keep getting mental. It's good. Oh, for sure. Okay. Absolutely. What is that, like Legos? You're too focused on other people. You gotta focus on yourself. But I understand. I get it. So everybody is different. They had 1,000 people watching them. That's nothing. You should have a lot more than that. Oh, okay, yeah. No, that makes sense. No, I know I have more than everybody, so I want to focus on it. Okay, I am going to send this to you. I want you to look it over, and if you like it, you add your social media. I have a place for your social media at the top. One thing, I don't like the way it said something. Um, oh no, it did it. It did it. So I think you can have 5,000 characters in the description, which I'm sure you don't normally do. You should use it all. Uh, okay, I'm not going to. It's just too much. Can I email it to you? Okay. Your email was live podcast. Thing. You did? Hmm. I mean, even with all that money. All right, I have a question for you. What was the longest podcast you ever did before this one? Oh, okay. We hit 2 hours. Okay. I'm sending it to you. Now I want you to look at it. This is how I think you should use. Like we'll use it as a template. If you don't like it, that's fine. But to me, it's engaging. It doesn't seem all that AI based. I mean, yeah, it's not perfect, but it's so just can you check your email and then let me know what you think. Uh, I thought you did it. Life is capital. You didn't do that? Oh, okay. Okay. Uh, Let me resend it. Unless you can fix that. That's why I say, if you have an opportunity to use it, why wouldn't you? You understand? If you don't use it, then it doesn't do anything for you. Hold on, I'll change it for you. No, this is your description for the video. For the blog, I can't make it that long. It's only 500 words. No, I have to shorten it, and it'll be really big, but we can't go in depth with them. And it has to be newsworthy. Sometimes they get rejected. Like, I'll send you one so you can see what it looks like. Just one. Let me send this to you. No, it's not. I want you to read it. In fact, I want you to know the camera. Okay. Okay. So, you should. I'm gonna send it again. What do you need to do? Just tell me. Just tell me. Where are the two black lines? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You can get rid of that. We will know you in the future. Don't you earn titles. Okay. So, where were the two lines you were saying? No, 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 no. That's how I. That's how I do. No, no, that's how I do. No, that's not. That's not it. That's not do that. Okay. Um. I, oh, we're just reading what they. You're the ones who should tell them good. You know. Once it's published, it's fine. Okay. Um, I'm looking. I think I got it all. Great. Are you at your email? You should have it. Hit refresh. Hit refresh. Okay, read it now. Okay. Okay. Oh, I know what I want to do. Just before you go, and then. So I did one. Um, I'm just going to send you one of the press releases that I did for someone else, and uh, it'll be similar. So I'm sending this to you in the chat, so you can take a look at it. Okay, but you see, it's like a uh, like a like a newspaper, right? Yeah, so that's what it's like. Okay? And I'll send it to you. Look, I would love to tell you that I can, but they really limit things. That's something that they really limit. Um, they limit. Let me tell you what they limit. It has to be newsworthy. It has to be under 500 characters. They limit the pictures you can put. They limit the links that you can put visually to. Um, well, maybe it's just hyperlinks. Uh, I will put the links that I sent you. Uh, I can put in there your YouTube and your. That's all you need. Excellent. So I'll put those in there because if I put more, it just cuts into the amount of characters that we can use. And I don't know if they'll be hyperlinked, but I'll try to make them hyperlinked. Um, it, it's just going to be a description that we are kicking off this. Probably going to do two of them. One of them that we're kicking this off. And the second one's going to be we talk about. From, and you know what? Just for you, I'll if you come into if you come into my um, well, just stay here. Actually, um, if you have to go to the bathroom or whatever, go to the bathroom, whatever you have to do. But I will just send it to you, and then you make the changes you want, right? But before you do, please, no, not even. The reason why is, I've had people with like 250,000, and other people have like 70,000 downloads, and people with 190,000. Those are really exciting because those anybody could see it. You and I both combined have like 1,200 people who see us on YouTube. It's not that big. Okay, I am. I'm gonna. I'm doing this now. I'm. I'm good. Okay. All right. Since we don't know how many sessions, this is just a. It's uh, I put your links in it, and um, so I will. I don't really like this. It's too long. Here's what I'll do because I don't. I'm tired of it. I will put these together, and I will send them to you separately, and you just tell me if it looks good. If it's okay. Can I email it to you? If I send them to you and just put this with max, it's like 1,200 characters. It'll be like thing after thing after thing after thing. And you can email it just a bit. Okay. Well, then with that, I'll keep my computer open. I'm going to stop. I'll allow my. I'm going to take a break, but I will. Um, yeah, no. No, no, no. I understand. What I want to say is, okay, so tonight, at the same time that you came in, I come in again, and we can plan on you. Like you can post that whenever you want. Um, but just I'll send you an email. The two different press releases. I can't guarantee it'll be exactly what I send, but it'll be close. And if you have any changes, we'll make them. I'll make sure to change in there. I have your YouTube and your YouTube. And if you have any changes, you make me aware. And when I stop communicating with you out here, um, the upload should go faster. And I'm uploading it on this computer alone, 4 other places. So it's like it's too much. I get that. But absolutely, um, the key, the, the key, the key is putting the description just like we have it. You know what I'm saying? Like you could take the description that I sent you in an email, and then say to ChatGPT, make this for a TikTok. And it'll condense it, and then make it for Instagram. Does that make sense? Excellent. All right. Well, this was really fun, my man, and we will we can do another one tomorrow if you want, or we could do it maybe later in the week, whenever. For me, it's easier to do on the weekends because I usually don't plan broadcasting. But maybe we do another one tonight or certainly next week. Okay. Well, thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Okay. Out to Tony, everybody. Oh, that was cool. Very cool.
Mostly comedians. Comedians sometimes there's stuff like that. It's an almost nothing. So if there are people laughing, you're performing it in front of insane people. That's the good news. I know you can't have what's news anymore. So you're fucking them up. years and layers of Mississippi State, so it didn't make sense. Human trafficking, people complain, but that's how I got here. It's not really a joke. Sure. Gay, which is LGBTQ, let's get another bottle of tequila. That doesn't make not going to jail. Like, you go, you know, makes this just drunk. Like, that's a setup. She works at Chick-fil-A, which makes her LGBTQ. Why does that make her CIA? Work at Chick-fil-A. Explain that one. Just there's no one questions. Like, more questions than a 60-second session ever have about specifically the 6 9 that care about your life. I'm obsessed with how weird that stuff was. So explain the CIA at Chick-fil-A. I just, you don't know. Weird theories. I just the CIA. CIA. No, stick with me. So one night, just thought about it.